Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavani Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Welcome everyone to ISKCON of Silicon Valley. Thank you for tolerating the space limitations. It's not so bad, considering Mahakumbha Mela. We're very happy to have everyone today, to have this experience of hearing from His Holiness Radhanath Swami, who is one of the devotees who joined the Hare Krishna movement in the very early days from a unique position, having been living in Vrindavan and in various holy places around India. He came in contact with the founder Acharya of the movement, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who asked him to help out in America. And he's been doing that since the early 70s, has successful projects all over the world, and we feel fortunate that he comes here on a somewhat regular basis, schedule permitting, to speak with us and hold programs around the Bay Area. I heard him say just this morning that the Bay Area is a very important place for preaching, and hopefully, by the next time you come back, Maharaj, we'll have more to show for it. Okay, you can say Haribol now. So, welcome everyone, and I'm very happy to introduce His Holiness Radhanath Swami. Please give him a warm ISKCON of Silicon Valley welcome. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Vadadhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Vadadhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Rajachanaranjana Yamuna Thira Panachari Yamuna Thira Panachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Akyantimidandasya Gyananjanachalakaya Chakshurum Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tatati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Katha Padakamalam Sri Guru Vaishnavanscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahakana Raghunatam Vidam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Harijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Pada Sahakana Lalita Sri Vishakam He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Svatarine. I am sincerely grateful for your very kind reception. Thank you, Vaisheshika Maharajji, and Nirakula Devi, Kanka Devi, and all the assembled devotees for being here this evening. ISKCON of Silicon Valley, the Shri Radha Madan Mohan Temple of Mountain View is such a truly exemplary community. I wish to extend my congratulations and my gratitude to each and every one of you. A community is as auspicious as each member of the community is striving for that higher principle of unity in diversity. Srila Prabhupada describes the nature of unity on the spiritual platform. Some philosophers preach about our oneness with God. Srila Prabhupada describes the spirit soul, the jiva, can never be one in a homogeneous way. Prabhupada uses that word, with Krishna or with God. Mamaivam so jiva loke jiva bhuta sanata. We are eternally a fragmental particle of Krishna, part and parcel. Krishna is the Paramatma, and the spirit soul within all living beings is Jivatma. Nityo nityanam chaitanas chaitananam eko bahunam yo vidadati kama. That there is one supreme soul, and there are innumerable souls that are forever subordinate to that one supreme soul. So what oneness are we speaking about? When we are one with the will, the desire of Krishna, we become one with Krishna. In the sense that the jiva, the eternal servant of Krishna, has no desire except to fulfill the desires of Krishna. In Varanasi, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu established his most extensive teachings that we have on record to Srila Sanatana Goswami with a particular verse, Jivera Swarupoi Krishnara Nityadas. The very nature of the living force, the soul within every being, is we are eternally servants of Krishna. But when that oneness in quality is understood, Krishna is Satchit Ananda, eternal, full of knowledge, full of bliss. Krishna's form, his pastimes, his qualities, his abode, everything is eternal, full of knowledge, and full of bliss. And when we say full, It means the source of all knowledge, eternity, and bliss. Not only the source, but ever expanding for eternity. And the jiva, like a particle of a sun ray, is part and parcel of the sun planet. We are also eternal, full of knowledge and full of bliss. But in quantity, the sun planet is the source of all sun rays. If the sun ray is really an illusion, loses its own light, the sun ray may think the sun is emanating from me. But how great is God? How great is Krishna? That the love that Krishna's love is the infinite, all-pervading reality of all spiritual and material worlds. And Krishna's pleasure potency, his Hladini Shakti, Sri Radha, is the origin of that love. But when we forget our relationship with Krishna, we enter into this state of what we call material consciousness, where we actually don't recognize. In the spiritual world, everything is forever. In this material world, except for the soul, everything is changing. It's temporary. But Srila Prabhupada describes the difference between external and internal energy. A lack of spiritual awareness. Krishna's all-pervading love is everywhere in all of existence, even in all of the temporary transformations that we see in this world. Material nature is eternal. It's just that everything's changing. But when we understand Krishna is the source, and we understand Krishna's mercy, Krishna's grace, and Krishna's love is ever present, then there is no more an external energy. Our perception is transformed, wherein we can appreciate it as the internal energy. Can you imagine the sun planet feeling itself subordinate to a sun ray? That is Krishna. Krishna declares that he is subordinate to the love of his devotee. Bhakti is so powerful that the supreme controller of all controllers finds the greatest pleasure in being controlled by the love of his devotee. But to realize that love requires Krishna's grace. Srila Prabhupada gives an example when we talk of the oneness of a nation. It doesn't mean everybody merges into a nation. There may be millions of individuals, but the oneness of a nation is we are united on the higher principle of the nation, the interests of the nation. When we speak about one family, it's not that everybody in the family becomes, like the filling in a samosa, where we all get smashed together. The oneness of a family is when the interests of the family is the higher principle that we are all united on, and that's actually oneness. So Srila Prabhupada describes that this is the idea of Krishna consciousness, that we are all conscious of Krishna. And above, we all have our diversity, we all have our natures, we all have our experiences, we all have our individual unique struggles in life. But there's a higher principle that we unite on. Well, samsiddhya haritoshanam. What will please Krishna? In our life, we know what will please Krishna is what will please Srila Prabhupada. And variegatedness or diversity without appreciating the higher principle that we've been brought together to represent. Variegatedness could create envy and division. But in Krishna consciousness, variegatedness actually creates deeper appreciation for each other with our differences. And that is a test of actually if we're Krishna conscious. When we see the wonderful associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, there's so much variegatedness. In ordinary society of that time, these people would probably have nothing to do with each other. But they were so loving and so gentle. They actually loved each other. Not just the austerity of not fighting. Because they were seeing each other according to the higher principle. Maharaj Prataparudra, he was a king, an undisputed king, called Gajapati of the empire of Orissa. He had palaces, incredible treasuries, armies, palaces. And then there was Kolavecha Sridhar. He was so simple and poor. He would sell the leaves of bananas, just sitting on the side of the road. And he was so simple. He dressed in rags because that's the only clothes he had. He had a simple little straw house that was one room with a dirt floor. And when it would rain, the rain would come in because it was just a little straw roof. He was so thin because he hardly had money. But whatever he earned, before spending anything, he would donate half for the worship of Mother Ganga, because she was the energy of the Lord, purifying and giving mercy and blessings to all beings without discrimination of who was fit or unfit. Whether you're rich or poor, whether you're of one caste or one color or one sex or one community, still Mother Ganga is flowing and purifying you. Even if you're a buffalo or an elephant or a snake or a lizard, Mother Ganga is flowing for everyone. So Kolavecha Sridhar was living so simple. But yet when he would come to Puri, he didn't think of the king as a gross materialist living in this palace. King, you are in Maya. Look at you have all of this. He had the highest regard and appreciation for King Prataparuja because he was using what he had in God's service. And King Prataparuja would sometimes think of giving everything away and becoming like Kolavecha Sridhar, a beggar. Because whatever little he had, he was giving in God's service. We were speaking yesterday of Advaitacharya, the leader of the Brahmin community. He had such prestige for his Brahminical birth and Brahminical standards. And his most intimate friend was Haridas Thakur, who was an untouchable by caste. Advaitacharya lived in a beautiful home. He had 6 sons. Haridas Thakur never had any kind of family. He was living in a cave. On record, the only roommate we ever read about of Haridas Thakur was a venomous snake. There's that beautiful story. Every now and then, Haridas would allow people to visit his cave, and some of the people, their eyes were burning, their skin was burning, they were choking, and they asked somebody, an astrologer of some sort, what is causing this? Whenever we meet Haridas, we suffer like anything. He said, oh, that means there's an extremely venomous snake living in that cave. So the next time they went to Haridas, they said, there's a venomous snake in this cave. It's not a good place for you to live. Now, Haridas could have had them chase the snake away. But Haridas, if you want to know why he chanted the holy names 300,000 times a day, this amani na manadena, offer all respect to others and not expect in return. He lived with this. He said, if it's disturbing you, I will leave and go somewhere else. He didn't want to disrespect the snake. I'll go somewhere else if being here is disturbing you. For me, I don't mind. If he can tolerate me, I'm happy. Haridas was happy. He said, I didn't even notice. But if it's a disturbance to you, I will leave. But his kindness, it affected the consciousness of the serpent. And suddenly, in front of everyone's eyes, the serpent emerged. He was gigantic, and he was many colors. And just his breath was filled with venom. And he just slithered past everyone without causing any harm and never came back. Haridas didn't want to inconvenience the snake or any of his devotees, and the snake didn't want to inconvenience Haridas. So Advaitacharya and Haridas Thakur, they honored each other with such appreciation and affection. Why? Even though they were so opposite in every way, they had one thing in common: the will of Krishna. And these stories I'm telling, many of them are before Lord Chaitanya even appeared in this world. And it was their unity that was a significant reason why Lord Chaitanya came to this world. We find Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. He was also a very great scholar. He lived in Navadvip. He had the highest school of learning there. And then the king of Puri invited him to come to Jagannath. So he moved to Puri, and he was the guru of the king. He was the scholar who was teaching all the other really great scholars. He had such prestige. He was so totally pious. And then we find Jagai and Madhai. Their past, they were dacoits. They were brutal. Intoxicated, they'd burn people's houses. But yet, when they became devotees and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya became devotees, they had the highest honor and respect for each other. Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami. They were actually, by the Brahmin community, they lost their caste because they were serving within a government of people who were inimical to the Vedic culture. But yet, when they surrendered their hearts to the will of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we're all Rupanugas. Every follower of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is considered a follower of Sri Rupa Goswami. And even the greatest Brahmins and everybody, they proclaimed that to be a follower of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu means to follow in the footsteps of Srila Rupa Goswami. And of course, we know the story in Jharikanda forest. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was chanting, dancing. He saw a tiger sleeping. His personal assistant, Ballabhacharya, really wanted that tiger to stay asleep. Because Bengali tigers are quite dangerous. Lord Chaitanya went right up to that tiger and placed his foot on the tiger's head and kicked it and said, "Rise and chant Hari Hari." Hari Hari. The tiger looked up and saw the all-merciful, loving, compassionate eyes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gazing upon him. And he jumped in the air, raised his paws, and began to chant Hari Hari. Hari Hari. And soon all the tigers started participating in Sankirtan. Now, in the forest, deer and tigers do not respect each other. For a deer, the tiger is death personified. And for the tiger, a deer is meat to eat and blood to drink. That's all. Doesn't think, oh, this tiger has a husband, children. The tiger's just thinking it tastes good. No other consideration. So the tiger is looking to kill a deer, and the deer is always looking to run away from the tiger. And that's the way it's always been. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of course, he's supremely merciful to every soul, but he's staging his pastimes to give such good lessons to us. These are two kinds of people who have everything, not only in this lifetime, but in all previous lifetimes. You know, the deers could be thinking, these tigers have killed my ancestors for thousands of years. But Lord Chaitanya saw deer, and he told them, chant Hare Krishna. And they started to chant. And in the chanting, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by asking them to chant, he was basically asking them to receive his compassion. Parama Karuna Pahundui Jananitai Godachandra. Parama Karuna means supreme compassion. So the deers took Lord Chaitanya's mercy by chanting the holy names. And the tigers took his mercy by chanting the holy names. And in desiring to please the Lord, the deers became fearless of the tigers, and the tigers became totally respectful to the deers. Each tiger and deer embraced. And according to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, they kissed each other. And that's not romantic. It was an expression of their respect, honor, and love. They loved each other. And Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw them embracing with tears of affection and respect for each other. And Lord Chaitanya was so pleased. He recited a verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam describing Vrindavan, where even different types of living beings who are normally and by material nature inimical toward each other, because they're experiencing the presence of Krishna, they transcend that. And on the spiritual platform, there's no more ego, false ego. There's oneness. Lord Chaitanya wanted to spread this Parama Karuna, this supreme mercy, to as many people as possible. At one time, he departed from Jagannath Puri to go to South India. How many of you are from families originating in South India? Please raise both your hands very high. Hari Hari. I think Silicon Valley is a neighborhood of South India. It's a suburb of Hyderabad. And Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as he was walking down the pathways, he just had one assistant of the name Kal Krishna Das who was traveling with him. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told his devotees, I want to go to South India, Previous he was a Navadvip, and then he became sannyasi so he could reach more people with this message of his mercy. And his mother thought, she said, please don't go to Vrindavan, it's so far away, go to Jagannath Puri. So to please his mother, he went to Jagannath Puri. He decided to go to the south. And everyone wanted to go with him. And he described so many reasons why he didn't want to bring any of them. Because they were all trying to serve him. I remember one of my godbrothers once was describing the threefold miseries. Adhyatmaka, Adhibhautika, Adhidaivika. Miseries of one's own body and mind. Miseries of the forces of nature. And miseries caused by other beings. And then he said, since being a sannyasi, he discovered a fourth misery. He said, Adidasika. The miseries caused by servants. By people trying to serve you. Vijay knows who I'm talking about. Vijay. So, Lord Chaitanya said, Nityananda Prabhu, you want to come, but you love me so much, you serve me so much, you don't like me holding a danda, so you break it and throw it in. And Jagadananda Pandit, you love me so much, you always want to give me sense gratification. If I do austerities, you cry. And Mukunda, when you see me taking cold baths, you're crying. Jagadananda, you fast because I'm trying to live as a sannyasi. He said, I'm not going with any of you. Damodar Pandit, you criticize me because you were trying to protect me. So they said, Krishna is very neutral. He doesn't know you. He's a new person, but he'll just carry what you need. So Lord Chaitanya accepted him. So as they were going through the paths, Lord Chaitanya was having kirtan. It was just him chanting. Sometimes he's in a forest, just chanting, knowing that the trees will hear the holy names and be purified, or the insects, or the bacterias. Any place we chant, we're giving mercy to so many. What to speak of our own hearts. And when he would meet someone, he would invite them to chant the names of God. And they would chant, and he would be so pleased because he's Patita Pavana Avatar. He's merciful to even the most fallen souls. He would reciprocate and immediately give them the experience of prema bhakti, love of God. He's doing the same for us, but we need more patience. The same gift he's giving to us that he gave these people. But because he's not performing the lila of his advent on the earth directly, he's giving to us through our sadhana, through our getting purified. It takes time. But when he was personally here, he was immediate. People were chanting, and Lord Chaitanya was so grateful for anyone who received his mercy. Whoever agreed to chant, Lord Chaitanya would embrace them with tears of gratitude and affection in his eyes. This is God's greatness. Sometimes when we're really in desperate need, if somebody reaches out to give us something that will save our life, we're grateful. But in the case of Lord Chaitanya or Lord Chaitanya's associates, he's Atmaram. He's eternally fully satisfied. He's Paramananda, supremely blissful forever. But yet, when we're in a desperate condition and we're willing to accept his kindness with tears in his eyes, he's grateful to us. And many of the very early devotees of Srila Prabhupada also witnessed this. When Srila Prabhupada was at 26 2nd Avenue in that little storefront, he would cook gulab jamans. Nobody else at the time knew how to cook. Nobody knew what a gulab jamun was. May I dare to tell you the first time I ever ate a gulab jamun? I was in Rishikesh, and I was living on 1 carat a day, sitting on the bank of the Ganges. And then after my fast for some time, I was just walking. And there was this little place called Chotiwala. It was a restaurant. And they called me in, because it was kind of strange seeing somebody like me walking around. And they gave me this little brown ball, and I thought it was a piece of fruit. So I never saw one before. I thought it was some sort of an Indian, like, plum or something. And I just, thanked them, and I bit it. The texture and the explosion of sweetness. I thought I would. At the moment, I thought I attained instant mukti. But after a few minutes, I realized I have to work harder for it. But Srila Prabhupada would make jars of gulab jamuns, and somebody would come in, and he would give them a gulab jamun, and he would give them teachings, and he would give them kirtan, and even if all they accepted, Srila Prabhupada with tears of gratitude in his eyes. He was so grateful. We were accepting the mercy of Krishna that he was carrying. Where does that mercy come from? From the great acharyas like Srila Prabhupada. It's coming because they're representing Krishna, who's supremely merciful. But Krishna considers that his devotees are more merciful than himself. And when we recognize Krishna's devotees as more merciful than him, we become even more dear to Krishna than when we recognize his mercy. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, anyone who accepted love for Krishna from him, anyone who accepted the holy names, he would embrace, he would thank them. And say, now go to your homes and share this with others. And they had the same effect on the people they were sharing it with. And the first recorded place of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita that Lord Chaitanya stopped for some time, the Of course, he stopped many places, but this is the first story that we are given. Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami describes Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes in South India were unlimited. He went to so many places and had so many pastimes and performed so many miraculous acts of compassion upon so many people. He was just describing just a few. He came to a temple of Kurma. Vaisheshika Maharaj, you went to Kurma Kshetra? What do you remember from there? Can you share with us?
I remember being with my godbrother Bayahari, and when we got there, we read the pastime of Vasudeva the leper, who had left just before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived, or he arrived there just before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left. And he was stunned because he had missed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu just by a few hours. And Mahaprabhu came back and embraced him there.
You want me to try to follow that? Okay, as your humble servant. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kurma Kshetra is a very ancient temple. It's the deity of Kurma Dev, the avatar of Lord Vishnu or Krishna, who appeared as Kurma, a turtle. And of course, the story of Kurma is so transcendentally intoxicating, how the Lord appeared in this form and the reasons why. But this deity has been there since very, very ancient times. And Sripad Ramanujacharya actually established, I think Ramanujacharya was born about 1,008 years ago, or over 1,000 years ago. But he established beautiful worship there, and his followers are still carrying on exactly the way he taught, even today. So when Lord Chaitanya came there, he's Krishna in the mood of Sri Radha. And he's come to give the world Braj Bhakti, entrance into the sweetest Madhurya Rasa, the pastimes of Vrindavan. But yet he was in complete ecstasy, worshiping Kurma. Because that same Krishna, Keshavadrita Kurma Sarira Jai Jagadishani. When we love Krishna, we love everything that's connected to Krishna. Otherwise, we don't really love Krishna. So he was chanting and he was dancing. And gradually all the little villages all around the area heard that that they didn't know who he was. There was this beautiful sannyasi with a complexion of illuminating molten gold. And his arms were raised. He was dancing while singing the names of Krishna. And tears were pouring from his eyes, tears of love, tears of compassion. hundreds and hundreds of people started coming to the temple to watch the Lord dance and chant. And Lord Chaitanya looked at each one of them, and they could feel his mercy so personal as he invited them, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Chant the names of Hari. And soon they were all chanting, and they were all dancing, and they were all sharing the same sweet, ecstatic love that Lord Chaitanya was experiencing. And this was going on for hours and hours, and soon thousands of people were coming from all different directions. The word was spreading without internet. By the Lord's mercy, he doesn't need that. And at the end of the kirtan, this one Brahmin, who was called the Kurma Brahmin, he invited Lord Chaitanya to come to his home. And Lord Chaitanya accepted it. Srila Prabhupada describes that saintly people, when they accept an invitation, they're not accepting the invitation to take something. They're accepting the invitation to give something. To give Krishna's blessings, to give Krishna's mercy, to give people an opportunity to serve Krishna, to give people the opportunity to hear some knowledge or wisdom. So he went to Kurma's house, and Kurma Brahman, he washed Lord Gauranga's lotus feet. And then he sprinkled the water on his head. Then he sprinkled on the head of his family. And he offered a beautiful prayer that today my wealth, my family, my very birth, everything has become perfect with auspicious blessings because you have placed your feet in my house. In other words, because you have come to accept my service. This is the way a devotee feels. There's nothing more valuable than if Krishna or a devotee accepts our service. He said, these beautiful lotus-like feet of yours, my Lord, they are meditated upon by Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, by Shiva, the Mahadev, the supreme of the gods, by Brahma, the father of all living entities and the guru of the world. And yet those same lotus feet have come into my home. He was overwhelmed with his good fortune. And his only desire was to serve and to please the Lord. He said that he's drowning in the miseries of material existence, especially drowning in the miseries of material enjoyment. But you've come to rescue me. I don't want any of these things anymore. The Kurma Brahmin said to Lord Chaitanya, I want to give up this family, this profession, this home, and I just want to follow you wherever you go. I'm tired of the waves of the ocean of material miseries. Lord Chaitanya's response was very instructive. He said, never speak that way again. You stay home. You take care of your family. You carry on with what you're doing. But chant the names of the Lord. Worship the Lord. Hear the glories of the Lord. And teach others. Share the message of Krishna with others. And in this way, I will always be with you and we will always be together. There is no need to change. So Lord Chaitanya stayed with Kurma. They fed him very nice prasad. And they just talked about Krishna all night long. And the next morning, Lord Chaitanya was going to continue his journey. The whole family was crying. Can you imagine Lord Chaitanya coming to your house? And then he was leaving. And there was no way he was ever going to come back again. It was the South Indian tour walking. So the Kurma Brahman, he left his house and walked with Lord Chaitanya. And it is a tradition that when someone's leaving your home, you walk for some time with him. It's kind of like symbolic that you don't want the person to leave. But then you go home. But Kurma kept walking. And Lord Chaitanya asked, what are you doing? He said, I'm coming with you. Mahaprabhu Sri Chaitanya gave him the same instruction. No, you don't talk like this. You go home. This is not the way to serve me, by just being with me. The way to serve me and the way to please me is by following this instruction. Carry on with what you're doing. But always chant Krishna's names, hear about Krishna, be with Krishna's devotees, and share the message of Krishna with others. And in this way, we will always be together. I will always be with you, and you will always be with me. And actually, Srila Prabhupada gave us the same instruction. If you are following my instruction and sharing my instructions with others, I am always with you and you are always with me. One time Prabhupada was leaving a place and his health was not good, so devotees didn't know if he would come back. They were crying. How will we live without you, Srila Prabhupada? Srila Prabhupada, with profound gravity and a sweet smile, he said, if you are chanting Hare Krishna and I am chanting Hare Krishna, we are always together. And that togetherness, that oneness in following, the oneness in Srila Prabhupada's desire to give and in the oneness in our desire to receive and share with others, that's the way we give. That's the oneness of love, not just this misconception of oneness of identity. It's the oneness of love. So Kurma Brahman went home, and Lord Chaitanya continued his. And Vaisheshika Maharaj, he gave this story of Vasudeva. And with your permission, I'll speak You could speak a million times more eloquently than me, but I'll speak it. Vasudeva had leprosy, advanced stage of leprosy. And in those days, this is over 500 years ago, there wasn't any real cures for leprosy. And it was very contagious. If you had leprosy, you were banished from living with any other people anywhere. Sometimes in the European countries and Middle Eastern countries, there would be leprosy colonies. And even, not long ago in India, there were leprosy colonies, just to keep the people with leprosy away from everybody else because of its contagious. And Vasudeva was just living alone in seclusion. But he was a devotee. And his leprosy was so advanced. Srila Kaviraj Goswami tells us that his whole body was being eaten by living worms. Perhaps thousands of worms just slithering around in his flesh and eating his flesh and drinking his blood. And his skin was so deteriorated and deformed, and the smells were obnoxious. But Vasudeva had such a higher principle in his life that we should not try to imitate. If a single worm fell from his body onto the ground, he would very respectfully understand there's a spirit soul in the body of this worm. There's a part of Krishna, a child of Krishna in this worm. And I'm living in this body, and the worm's living in the body. So why should I have preference? He would respectfully, very gently pick up the worm and place it back in his body from where it fell, so he could eat the body. That's Vasudeva. This is the type of devotion he had. So he had heard that Lord Chaitanya, that the sannyasi named Sri Chaitanya, had come to visit the house of Kurma. Now in those days, there wasn't Chaitanya Charitamrita. But Paramatma, because of his devotion and his eagerness to serve the Lord and love the Lord and love the Lord in the heart of every living being, even the worm, he could understand just by hearing about Lord Chaitanya that he was Krishna. And somehow or other he struggled like anything to get to the house of the Kurma Brahmin. It was how he was anticipating. My wretched life, I could serve the Lord. I could receive the blessings of Krishna. And when he arrived, he learned Lord Chaitanya left hours and hours ago. He fell to the ground unconscious. He was so heartbroken. But Ishvara Parama Krishna, Ishvara Sarvabhutanam Hrideshya Janatishthati. Krishna is in the heart of every living being. Sarvasya Jaham Hridishani Vashto. He knows our every desire, our every wish. So Vasudeva's heart may have broken, but Lord Chaitanya in his heart could feel it. And he decided to turn back from where he had come and walk so many hours the opposite direction of his journey. And he returned to Kurma Brahman's house. And he went, Vasudeva offered his obeisances, bowed down, and Lord Chaitanya reached out his arms to embrace him. And Vasudeva was crying out, no, no. You know, there was blood, and there was pus, and there was infectious, oozing substances all over his body, what to speak of all the worms. Lord Chaitanya, he had long arms. He embraced him. And upon embracing Vasudeva, Vasudeva was healed. His leprosy went away. His body was now perfectly healthy, rejuvenated, and luminous with effulgence. It doesn't say this specifically. It may be a little speculation, but we may consider that probably all the thousands of the worms in his body got liberated too. When Vasudeva saw this, he offered beautiful prayers. He offered the same prayers that Sudama offered to Krishna. Who are you? You are the supreme personality of Godhead, the cause of all causes, the all-attractive Lord of all universes. And who am I? And yet, you have embraced me. You must be the Supreme Lord. Nobody else, because of my horrible smells and infections, no one else will look at me, what to speak of go near me. And yet you forcibly embraced me with so much love. And Vasudeva, in his mind, he was thinking that previously no one gave me any respect. So I was always humbly taking shelter of the Lord. But now when people see that I'm cured and they hear that that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced me and performed this miracle, people will honor me and respect me as receiving God's grace. I may become proud. My false ego, I could lose my devotion if I'm respected in this way. So he was very much afraid. This is how subtle a devotee's love for Krishna is. What most people, even devotees, what we're aspiring for is for people to think that we've received special mercy of the Lord, that we're advanced, that we're fortunate. He was afraid that people would think that of him, because it may make his ego proud. So he was worried. And Lord Chaitanya experienced that within him. He knew. And he said to Vasudeva, the same instruction he gave to Kurma. Always chant my names. Always chant Krishna's names, hear about Krishna, be with Krishna's devotees, share the message of Krishna with others with sincerity. And you will never fall victim to false pride. And I will always be with you. And after this beautiful interaction, Lord Chaitanya left again. And now Kurma Brahman and Vasudeva are the very best of friends. Why? Why did they suddenly become the very best of friends? They had transcendental love and respect for each other because they were one. They were one in their highest priority was to carry out the desire and the instructions of Lord Chaitanya. And it is this type of oneness where there's the higher principle above all other principles that we unite on. What will please Srila Prabhupada, our founder Acharya? We have faith that will please Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. That will please Radha Madhava. And Srila Prabhupada said, you can show your love for me by how you cooperate to protect and expand this mission. In certain ways, that's one of the most difficult instructions to follow because it goes against the human ego. There will always be Maya, the illusory energy will always be sending various types of reasons to fight, to hate. And of course we have to deal with things. We have to deal with things and we have to keep the Siddhanta pure and we have to keep the morality to protect the devotees and to protect the reputation and the dignity of our movement and our gurus. But why? That is the highest priority of a devotee's life, a sincere devotee's. One movement means a movement that, with all of our varieties and all situations that may come or have come, we have this higher principle. To please Krishna, to serve Krishna. And that is at the very foundational basis of the Sankirtan movement, where we are united in this spirit as we chant the holy names, because Krishna is descending in his holy names. And when we embrace this higher principle, Krishna is pleased to reveal himself in his holy names. And actually, I did not intend to speak any of this tonight. But I was just so much appreciating your community and how you are all so united under the most empowered, merciful, loving leadership of Vaisheshika Prabhu and Nirakara. And how happy and enthusiastic most of you are. Just to be united under such loving spiritual leadership. I'm just overwhelmed with gratitude to perceive this, and I just want to be a little part of your community also. Does that mean they accept me? Thank you very much. I'm forever grateful. Hare Krishna.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, dear Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Shri Panchatattva, Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Lakshmana Shringadev, if you so desire, please empower us to follow in the footsteps of Srila Radhanath Maharaj. May we work together in unity, in the selfless spirit, to help one another so we can help millions of others. Please let us remember his instructions and his example. And if you so desire, please protect him everywhere he goes, and please bring him back as soon as possible so that we can again hear from him and serve him. Thank you for considering our request. Om Tat Sat. Everyone agrees with this prayer, in whole or in part. Please unmute and say Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj. It's been an extraordinary week having you here in all ways, and it's one of the great events that we look forward to, or I could say the great event we look forward to every year of your coming here. And it revives us and brings us back to the very clear idea of why we're doing everything we're doing. Thank you very, very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Maharaj, if you would like to lead a kirtan, then just after, no one's going to leave anyway. So if you would like to lead a kirtan, we would be very appreciative. And just after that, we will serve prasadam for everybody in the state of California.
Am I allowed to play harmonium?
We insist upon it. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschajate Satarine. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go to Premanandi. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Much louder, please. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone together, please. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Please raise your arms. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Jai Prabhupada, Gaura Premanandi. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladadayani. Hiranya Kasipur Vaksaya. Siddhantam Kanikalaye. Ito Narsingha Parathan Singha. Yato yato yamita ko Narsingha. Yato yamita ko Narsingha. Bahir Narsingha, Hridaye Narsingha. Narsingha Madin Saranam Prapadai. Avakara Kamala Bade Nakam Abuta Sringam Dalita Hiranya Kasipu Thanu Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jajagadisha Hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari. Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Namah. Madhavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namah. Hariharaya Namo Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Hariharaya Namo Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Madhavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudana. Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudana. Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudana. Vidhari Gopinatha Madana Mohana. Vidhari Gopinatha Madana Mohana. Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita. Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita. Sri Rupa Sanatana Bhata Raghunatha. Sri Rupa Sanatana Bhata Raghunatha. Sri Rupa Sanatana Bhata Raghunatha. Jiva Gopala Bhata Dasa Raghunatha. Jiva Gopala Bhata Dasa Raghunatha. Hariharaya Namo Krishna Yadavaya Namah. Hariharaya Namo Krishna Yadavaya Namah. Madhavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namah. Madhavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namah. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Madan Mohan Radhe. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patithanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone, for participating in this unprecedentedly blissful festival. Shataka birds take only from the cloud. They appreciate only the moonlight. And until you come back, Maharaj, we'll just make do by looking at the ground and dry fasting. We're filled up, and we'd like to use all you've given us to expand the Sankirtan movement unprecedentedly here in the Bay Area. If you'd please give us your blessing that we can make the Bay Area vibrant with Krishna consciousness and an example for the whole world. And now we'd like to offer prasadam to everyone who's danced, those who thought about dancing, those who sat and danced within their hearts. We'll be serving prasadam just outside. If you go out this door, take a sharp right. You'll end up in the picnic area, and prasadam will be served there. We have a couple of announcements for sponsors for tonight's feast.
Hare Krishna. So, thank you. Hare Krishna. So we would like to thank Naveen Kumar Prabhu and Arvind Koloru for sponsoring today's Sunday feast. We are very grateful. Thank Haribol. And you can collect the prasad from Sri Gopal Prabhu. One very important announcement for the youth. You are having a meeting around the carpet area. So please, you can stay around the carpet area and your prasadam will be served later on. We have your prasadam plate. So you can stay in the room, temple hall. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Shariradvijaja Jodhendriyataheka Jibe Pele Vishayasha Hare Tarmadye Jivayati Loba Moisudurati Take Deta Katita Shamshahe Krishna Vadodoya Moy Kori Vare Jivaja Shaprashadana Diloba Shayanam Vitapao Radha Krishna Gunadao Premedako Shri Chaitanya Lilita Premedako Shri Chaitanya Nita Ma Prasade Govinde Nama Brahmani Vaishnave Sapa Punya Patam Rajan Vishwa Sonagata Prasade Sarva Dikhanam Manidasyo Pajayate Prasana Cheta Soyashi Udipaya Pratistate Tvayopa Vita Satkanda Vasalankar Charchitaha Utishta Bojino Dasa Davamayam Jaivehi Shuksham Prayushitam Bhati Nityam Vaisuradeshta Prapti Matrena Bhoktavyam Natvikala Vicharan Desha Niyamastatra Nakala Niyamastatra Praptam Lanam Dhritam Shish Bhoktaram Harit Abravid Bhagavad Shri Mahaprashadaki Goda Premanande Nitai Goda Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Goda Hari Bol. Please come take Prashadam. Bharavidam Karnikaram Bharavidam No. Vibran Vasam Vajayantim Shamalam Ranjam Venur Adhara Sudaya Punayan Gopavinde Vrindaranyam Swapadaramanam Pravishad Gita Kirti Tavakatam Ritam Tapta Jivanam Kavibiriditam Kalmashapaham Shavana Mangalam Maratatam Budi Grinantiye Budi Dajana Krishna Kirtana Karanartanakala Pato Jani Brajita Bhakta Valihams Kramarupa Viharas Anandi Vanirvahatu Me Jiva Maru Prangane Shri Chaitanya Dayani Detavalasa Lila Sudha Swadhuni Helo Dunita Kedaya Mishadaya Ronila Damodaya Shamyach Shastra Vivadaya Rasadaya Shikarpito Madaya Shashvat Bhakti Vinodaya Samadaya Madhurya Maya Daya Shri Chaitanya Dayani Deta Bhaktaya Bhuya Ramando Daya Yakomara Parasa Eva Hivaras Ta Eva Chaitra Shapat Nonilita Malati Surabaya Deva Saki Kirtane Aladasmanane Tarangri Bhajane Lakshmi Prithu Pujane Akrurastva Vibandane Kapipatir Dasyeta Sakya Juna Sarvasvatmani Vedane Balirabu Krishna Shankara Aradyo Bhagavan Rajesha Tanayas Tadama Vrindavanam Ramya Tachirupasana Rajavadu Varkena Kalpita Shrimad Bhagavatam Pramanamambalam Prema Bhumarto Maham Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Mathamidam Tatragarana Para Malanam Ashanilinam Narabara Srinam Smaro Murtiman Gopanam Swajano Satam Shiti Bhuja Shashta Sapitro Shishu Nidyor Bojapate Virara Virusha Tatvam Param Yoginam Vishninam Varadevate Tivirito Rangam Gata Sagraja Kaivalyam Narakayate Tridashapur Akasha Pushpayate Durdantendriya Kala Sarpa Bhaktali Krodkata Damstrayate Vishvam Purnam Sukayate Vidimahen Dradishcha Kirtayate Yatvarunya Kataksha Bhavatam Tam Gorameva Asammaho Charana Renu Jusham Mahamsyam Vrindavane Kimapi Gulmalokoshadinam Yadushya Dram Swajanam Aryapatam Shahitva Bejurmakunda Paravim Shuti Vimringam Evam Bruvana Virahatura Vrisham Rajastriya Krishna Kisakta Manasa Vistrija Vajjam Rudusmasu Swaram Govinda Damodara Madhaveti Govinda Damodara Madhaveti Govinda Damodara Madhaveti Govinda Damodara Madhaveti Traya Chopanisha Bhisha Sankhya Yoga Isha Sattvatai Upakiya Manamahatmyam Harim Samanyat Bhajam. We've got nectar of instruction, goes with Parama Karuna Hamsadwani. You want to do it? Do the last verse and see how it fits to Parama Karuna. Last verse of Nectar of Instruction is, no, Vaikuntha is this. Krishna, Krishnasya chai pranaya vasati. That's the last verse. Krishna. Okay. Krishnasya chai pranaya vasati. Yasibhyo piradha. Kundam chasya munibirabhitastad. Do the last three verses. Vaikuntachanito varamarupuri tatrapirasotsavat vrindaranyamutara paniramana tatrapi govardhanaha radha kundamihapi gokulapate premamrita lavanad Kuryarasya virajato giritate sevam vivekinakaha Karmibhya parito hare priyataya vyaktim yayurgyaninas Devyo gyane vimukta bhakti parama maikanishtashtata Debyasta pashupala pankada drushas tabyopi saradhika Prishta tadvadiyam tadiya sarasi tam nashrayet kakriti Syo chai pranaya vasati priyasi byopi radha Kundam chasya munibirapitastadrigeva vyadayi Yat preshtar apyalam asulabam kim punar bhakti bhajam Tat premedam sakrit api sarasnatur avishkaroti Shupadeshamrita sampurnam Radhe Shyam Radhe Makaruna Pahundvi Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra. Okay. Nitai Gaura Chandra. Do the transition again. Shri Upadeshamrita Sampurnam Radhe Shyam Hara. Just do the two notes, the one we end on and the one we start on. Good? Okay, one other thing. When Prabhupada sings Parama Karuna, he gave this tune in Atlanta, but he also sings it in a different way. We're not going to learn right now. But we'll learn it later. But he does add an extra verse. He sings Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari. Ramna Shingha Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari. I'm just wondering if you can, in the same melody, if we can add that in, because Prabhupada sings it about 20 times when he sings the Parama Karuna. I haven't been able to find out in all of Bengal where it's from. But could you see if you could add it? The way he sings it with the other tune is Varakurma. What did I say? How it starts? Ram Nrsimha Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari. Ram Nrsimha Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari. Therefore, it's bona fide. But I'm wondering if you can match it to the tune we're doing now. Yeah, it's in Parama Karuna as a embellishment. Prabhupada just goes into ecstasy when he's singing Parama Karuna, and he starts singing that one verse. Parama Karuna Pahundvi Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Shabhavatar Sharashiramani Kevalaya Nanda Kanda. Ram Nrsinga Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari Ram Nrsinga Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari. One more time. Ram Nrsinga Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari. Sing the last part. Avatara. Sing it again. Avatara Avatari Avatari. Avatara Avatari Avatar Avatar Avatari Avatar Avatari Avatar Avatari Avatar Avatari. Bhajo Bhajo Bhai Chaitanya Nita Shrida Vishwasa Gauri Vishaya Chadiya Shairashi Majiya Muke Bolo Hari Hari Ram Nrsinga Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari Ram Nrsinga Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari Ram Nrsinga Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari. Bonafide. Deko ore bai Tribhuvane nai Emana joya la data Pashupaki chure Pashana vidare Shuni jarguna gatha Pashupaki chure Vidare Shuni jarguna Ram Nrsinga Varaha Kurma Avatara Avatari Ram Nrsimha Vraha Kurma Avatara Avatari Shamshare Mojia Rohili Poria Shepade Nahi Loasha Nitai Goda Chandra. Cut to the end. I Goda Chandra. Nitai Goda Chandra. Goda Chandra. That sounds good. Do the last note and the last one, the first note. Do the transition again, just the two notes. Okay, just the last. Nitai Goda Chandra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare again. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thoughts, reflections on the theme and the progression? Yes. Better get a microphone.
Hare Krishna. Last year when we switched from like a slower tune to a faster tune, we had like a middle speed tune, and I think that was good as a kind of a transition.
Yeah, I didn't do the whole progression. I just kind of skipped over the middle.
Okay,
Because, yeah. Any other thoughts about the...
I think Parama Karuna and Hansadwani go really well together. I think they have a very similar like vibe to them. So
Is that good?
yeah.
Okay, 1, 2.
I was thinking about the other day how Krishna's like the sun, our gurus are like the earth, and we are like the surface, because the sun transfers light first through the earth, then through the surface. So the gurus lead us to the path of Krishna.
This is Christian conscious physics. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. We'll take it.
I was wondering if, first off, I like the Avatari, when you do both tunes with it, so it's like the first half and then the second half. Also, I was wondering if Prabhupada had mentioned any significance behind that and why he paired it.
I've been looking. Ram Nishingava. Do it to the other tune. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Ram Nrsimha Rakurma Avatari. Okay, I won't overdo it, sorry. I just like it too much that he does that. Any other thoughts just about the progression and the song itself? The Samsadwani? Yes.
For Parama Karuna, sometimes you'll do Jaya Gaur-Nitai at the end.
Yes.
That might make this switch easier if that's preferred, or both work. I was just remembering that we usually do it with that.
So let's do the last. At least we got one fan here. Okay. Pahundvi Nitai Gaura Chandra. Nitai Gaura Chandra. And Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gaura Haribol. 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Straight in or Nitai Gaur Haribol and then Hamsadwani? Nitai Gaur Haribol? Bye-bye. Brajaras Bhavana? What do you vote for? Either we do Nitai Gaur Chandra, Nitai Gaur Haribol, then Hare Krishna, right?
Yeah, and sometimes you'll talk in between, so it makes a easier transition as well, so the notes will be remembered.
Maybe talk after and then Nitai Gaur Haribol, then transition.
For the new part that we're adding, Maharaj, from the recording that you sent, I remember it being like avatarer and then avatari.
Avatare.
So I was wondering if there's a...
Somebody gets my phone, I might have it. Please say what you're going to say.
And then on top of that, I was also wondering if you have a translation for that I can include.
I don't have anything.
Okay.
Just Prabhupada sings it over and over again. I've been looking for why he sang it, where it came from, and so forth. Okay. Gracias. Avatari Ram Nrsimha Varaha Kurma. Avatari. How do we get around that screen? Just trying to open it and not giving me a free offer I don't want. I have to accept a free offer. I don't want a free offer. As they say in Japan, nothing is so expensive as that which is free. There's no more Skype? Maybe that's the problem. I hope I didn't lose all my recordings on there. I know, but I have it recorded on there. That's the problem. Oh, well. Okay, so anyway, we can... Okay.
It's around 4 minutes, right?
Now you know I'm not making stuff up, right? Thank you, Brajaras Bhavana, for bringing that to the court's attention. So what's the point now? Oh, just to pronounce it properly. Avatare, avatari.
What he's saying is avatarera.
Avatarera.
So it's like all the avatars.
Avatarera, avatari. Lucky you speak Bengali, huh? Avatara, avatareri. Avatarera, avatari. Avatarera, avatari. Avatarer. Say it. Give him the mic.
So you can say it like avatarer, avatari, avatari.
Say it again. Slowly.
Avatarer, avatari.
Avatarer, avatarer, avatari. Yes?
Yes. Avatarer. And then there's like an A, but it can be silent with the pronunciation.
Avatarer, avatari. So of all the avatars, then? He's the avatari. Avatarer, avatari. Ram Nrsinga Varaha Kurma. Avatarer, avatari. And now back to our tune. Oh no, the other one, Parmakuna. Nitai Gaura Chandra. Jaya Gaura Nitai. Gaura Nitai. Gaura Nitai. Jaya Gaura Nitai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Any other points? Any other thoughts? Yes. Thumbs up. Emojis. Yes. You liked it when it went fast? Okay. We'll do that again. Anyone else? Yes. Avatari, avatari. Personally, go ahead.
I liked it.
Try it again.
Personally, I liked it when we just went straight from Puramakarna to the Hamsadwani tune instead of having it there.
Okay. Well, it leaves some room for spontaneity. You never know what might happen. At least we're ready for both, right? Okay. Day 2. Mande Guru Nisha Bhakta. That's nice. Isha Nisha Avatarakam Tat Prakasham Statat Shakti Krishna Chaitanya Samjakam Vande Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Sahodito Gododai Pushpavanto Chitro Shando Tomo Nuda Yadadvaitam brahmopanishadi tadapyasyatanuba Yatmantarayami purusha iti sosham shavibhava Shadaishvaryai purno yaiha bhagavan sa swayamayam Nachetanyat Krishna jagati paratatvam paramiha. We got to go slower. Anarpita charim shirat karunayavatirna kalau samarpayitum munatojvalarasam sabhakti shriyam Hare purata sundara duti kadamba sandipita Sadahridaya kandare spuruto vasachinandana. Switch to the end. Yana 18 takur gore ake karya chena basa 18 era charan vandon tine morana. Hare Mangala charana Guru Krishna Bhagavan Tinera Smarana Tinera Smarane Hoy Vigna Vinashana Ayakse Hoyatita Panchita Purana. Hare Krishna. Okay, from the end to the beginning. What's the last three words? Tinera Smarana. No, Vanchita Purana. Vanchita Purana. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Any thoughts about this tune? Besides it, it's nice. Yes, Brajaras Bhavana. The transition's clean, yeah. And let's ask our consultant who we flew in from Michigan. Abhay?
I agree.
What do you think of the various parts of this song? Any thoughts on that? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parts, right? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Let's go from 3 to 4. That's a really important transition. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Better get it. There's 2 ways of doing it. Slow. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Do the last one and the first one. Hare Hare, yeah, totally different. Which might be low? Oh. No, I don't want to do it too low. I want to do it exactly the way we always do, because there's a sweet spot. Where does it start? C sharp? Ne Goya Nitai Chaitanya Bole Nachriyar Marman Nachriyar Marman, Nachriyar Marman, Nachriyar Marman, Nachriyar Marman. Goya Vitai Chaitanya Bole Nachriyar Marman. Goyal Tonai Hai Doya Tonai Hai Iman Doya Tonai Hai Marke Prema Day Iman Doya Tonai Hai Marke Prema Day Doya Mitai Chaitanya Bole Nachriyar Marman. Okay. Anything?
China tune, when we transition
For the China tune, when we transition.
from the From the third to the fourth one,
Yeah.
it's a really nice transition and the tune's good, but for the third tune, I remember in the audience, even here, people can't like hit right when it, like the right moments for when it starts because there's a long pause.
For Dualni Chaitanya Boli?
For the third tune and China tune.
Oh.
I don't know if that's a problem or...
Well, yes.
One like thing that I think I've noticed is that when we sing it slow, it tends to be a little, like the slower part tends to be a little hard to follow if we do the gap because the beat isn't as easy to keep because it's a little slower. But when we do it faster, if we do that pause, it works. But maybe if we don't do the pause.
Then we'll wait till we do the second round of Hare Krishna, then
Yeah.
when we're going medium speed, then we can go
Because it's easier
Hare
for the,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And also, I think that we shouldn't do that freeze unless we come back to it as an add-on later on. But in the beginning, we should just keep going for that. And it might help the audience. But if it doesn't, it's such a nice part of the tune, you can't do without it, right? It's too good. Yes, yes.
Maharaj, maybe you can smoothen the tune out, like the transition out, if you talk in between, maybe? Like between the 3 and 4. I don't know if you, yeah.
I could rap.
Please do that.
Really? Okay, Rajaras.
I found a verse about that part where I think Prabhupada might have got it from. It's from Adi Lila, chapter 5, text 78.
This is a revelation. Let's thank Rajaras Bhavana. Okay. It's Adi Lila what?
Adi Lila, chapter 5, text 78. So they're talking about the expansions of Vishnu. And then Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami says, Jadyapi kahiye tare Krishnera kalakari, Matsya kurma javatare tiho avatari. Although
go ahead.
Although Karnadakashai Vishnu is called a kala of Lord Krishna, he is the source of Matsya, Kurma, and the other incarnations.
Ram Nrsinga Varakuna Avatare Avatari. Let's see it again. The Bengali, move it up, please. Yadyapi kahiye thare Krishnera kalakari Matsya kurmad yavatarer tiho avatari. And the Yadyapi, although kahiye I say, tare, to him, Krishnera of Lord Krishna, kala, part of the part. Kari, making Matsya, the fish incarnation, kurma adi, the tortoise incarnation, all others, avatare. Of all these incarnations, Tiho, he, avatari, the original source. Translation is, although Karnadakshaya Vishnu is called a kala of Lord Krishna, he is the source of Matsya, Kurma, and the other incarnations. Yeah, but it's still not complete in the verse, right?
It doesn't cover like Ram and Nrsinga and Varaha, but I think the concept of all these incarnations, the avatari is the original source. The meanings align a little bit.
All right. Anything else? Shastra.
I was thinking, ironically, after the tune for the second kirtan, before Natre Amarman, the more abrupt the transition is, the better it'll be. Just because devotees are like really looking forward to it, and it's like it's like the sudden scratching of an itch. When it's
So you
like-
want to try it abruptly? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Goya. Let's try it again. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Goya Nitai. Do the last note first of the first song. Doya. I'll just have to listen really carefully. You got to lean on it. Shastra? Is that not what you meant?
Yeah, I meant like when I say abrupt, I mean like right after it ends. Similar type of abruptness, but with the pre-doyal hum.
Doya.
Like when you go.
Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Doya Nitai Chaitanya. Okay? Yes.
I was thinking that maybe you could like give kind of a short talk in the middle, like, I have this song stuck in my head, or something like that, and then I can't get it out of my head, and then you say it. Because at ISV,
Okay.
it always gets people dancing in ISV.
I'll do that. Thank you, Armand. Good one. Anything else? Yeah. Yes, please.
So for the Hare Krishna tune of China, could you play it?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Yeah, that tune.
Krishna Krishna.
So I get
Hare.
sometimes I do like a beat that like breaks it in half, but it's still the same beat. But other times I do a different thing. I just want to ask your preference.
Let's try it. Let's go transition from the fourth part into the fifth part. Huh? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. We need some like Chinese bells or gong or something. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, like this, yeah. That's good. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Do the first one again. Try. I like that. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Break it down one more time. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Do it again. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Ram Ram, Hare Hare. I'll wait till you hit it before I try anything. Jai Chaitanya Bodhi Nachriyar Man. Gaura Kripa Hale. Where is Gaura Kripa Hale? Right there. Gaura Kripa Hale. Gaura Kripa Hale. Gaura Kripa Hale. Exact translation. Gaura Kripa Hale. Yeah, but give me the word for word kind of. Hale is it?
I can try. Gaura Kripa is...
Think back to your DNA. Okay.
Gaura Kripa is the mercy of Lord Gaura. Hale means if it is received, I believe. It's like ha and then le. It's like ha means like is like if there is Gaura Kripa, and then le is like another. It's like if it is received, and then he is just the o at the end.
Okay.
It's an emphasis on this.
Gaura Kripa Hale. Gaura Kripa Hale. Gaura Kripa Hale. Doya Nitai Chaitanya Bodhi Nacharya Marman. Doya Nitai Chaitanya Bodhi Nacharya Marman. Chaitanya Bodhi Nacharya Marman. Last points? Thoughts? Questions? Yes. Abhay.
Just going back to the Parama Karuna, I think the reason that I didn't prefer when we went to Nitai Gaura Haribol is because the transition between, they're both like very peaceful, and the start of Hamsadwani, and it flows really nicely, and the Nitai Gaura Haribol kind of breaks it a little bit.
Okay. Got two to the degree. Huh? Okay. Makes sense. And now we'll do our Chad, because we got to pay our tax. Chapter 9 Gita. Translations. Translations. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "My dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting, and it is joyfully performed. Those who are not faithful in this devotional service cannot attain me, O conqueror of enemies. Therefore they return to the path of birth and death in this material world. By me and my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. And yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold my mystic opulence. Although I am the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, I am not a part of this cosmic manifestation, for myself is the very source of creation. Understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me. O son of Kunti, at the end of the millennium, all material manifestations enter into my nature, and at the beginning of another millennium, by my potency, I create them again. The whole cosmic order is under me. Under my will, it is automatically manifested again and again, and under my will is annihilated at the end. O Dhananjaya, all this work cannot bind me. I am ever detached from all these material activities, seated as though neutral. This material nature, which is one of my energies, is working under my direction, O son of Kunti, producing all moving and non-moving beings. Under its rule, this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature as the Supreme Lord of all that be. Those who are thus bewildered are attracted by demonic and atheistic views. In that deluded condition, their hopes for liberation, their fruitive activities, and their culture of knowledge are all defeated. O son of Pritha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. Others who engage in sacrifice by the cultivation of knowledge worship the Supreme Lord as the one without a second, as diverse in many and in the universal form. But as I who am the ritual, I the sacrifice, the offering to the ancestors, the healing herb, the transcendental chant, I am the butter and the fire and the offering. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support, and the grandsire. I am the object of knowledge, the purifier and the syllable Om. I am also the Rig, the Sama, and the Yajur Vedas. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place, and the eternal seed. O Arjuna, I give heat, and I withhold and send forth the rain. I am immortality, and I am also death personified. Both spirit and matter are in me. Those who study the Vedas drink the soma juice, seeking the heavenly planets, worship me indirectly. Purified of sinful reactions, they take birth on the pious heavenly planet of Indra, where they enjoy godly delights. When they have thus enjoyed vast heavenly sense pleasure, and the results of their pious activities are exhausted, they return to this mortal planet again. Thus those who seek sense enjoyment, by adhering to the principles of the three Vedas, achieve only repeated birth and death. But those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack, and I preserve what they have. Those who are devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, O son of Kunti, but they do so in a wrong way. I am the only enjoyer and master of all sacrifices. Therefore, those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature fall down. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship the ancestors go to the ancestors. Those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings, and those who worship me will live with me. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I will accept it. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering to me. This way you will be freed from bondage to work and its auspicious and inauspicious results. With your mind fixed on me in this principle of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me. I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all. But whoever renders service unto me in devotion is a friend, is in me, and I am also a friend to him. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated in his determination. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. O son of Pritha, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, merchants, and Shudras, workers, can attain the supreme destination. How much more this is so of the righteous Brahmanas, the devotees, and the saintly kings. Therefore, having come to this temporary miserable world, engage in loving service unto me. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. Become my devotee. Offer obeisances to me and worship me. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai. It's been one of the most amazing weeks on record here at ISV. So let's take a few minutes to reflect back anything you heard, saw, felt during the last several days that stuck with you. Yes.
Maharaj, I just had a question. When we were reading, it said that Krishna said, I am the Yajur, the Sama, and the Rig Veda, but he didn't say that he was the Atharva Veda. And I was just wondering why that is.
Well, in the four Vedas, one of the Vedas is a little bit too, it's so esoteric that sometimes it's not mentioned. It's almost like magic. And so you hear a lot of Trivedis and then mention of the three. That's why.
Maharaj, I had a question. When everyone was taking their initiation vows and they were listing the 4 regulative principles, they said, I will not, one of the principles stood out to me, I will not eat meat. But how come they didn't say I would not eat meat, egg, or onion and garlic?
Because the regulative principle is to not eat meat, fish, or eggs. It wasn't ever part of Prabhupada's 4 regulative principles to not eat garlic. We don't eat garlic because it's stinky.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes it's used as medicine, though. And Prabhupada allowed that as a medicinal. Yes.
Hi, Krishna Maharaj.
Hi, Krishna.
So, quick question. In one of the readings that we had, it said lowly birth and it said woman also. I do understand in theory what Srila Prabhupada means, but these days people usually challenge you by taking these offbeat shlokas or phrases and then say that we as Sanatan Dharma don't value women. Then how should I counteract to that?
Well, first you have to understand the context itself. If you go back to 29, can we do that? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, understand the context. Krishna is saying here, I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. So when he refers to any group, he's talking about categorically in the material world, there's these distinctions between different kinds of people. And he says women, Vaishyas, Shudras. He's giving a litany, a list of people that society considers in one way or another they judge as distinct. Here he says, I'm not partial to anyone. There he's talking about the ways in human society that people consider somebody distinct, but he's not partial to any of them. And then if you go to the verse itself, forward please. Hare Krishna. Forward, please. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Down. We're at 29. We need to go to Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. We're going the wrong way. Okay. Then, next one, 33. So he says 33. He says, how much more this is so of the righteous Brahmanas, the devotees in the saintly king. So he gives on one hand a list of people that society discriminates varnashram in a certain way. And then here he's saying that he includes devotees. So if anybody's a devotee, then they're transcendental to any category. And Krishna's whole point here is that there's no discrimination according to an imposed category in the material world, because the two things are categorically different. The idea of varnashram is material. It has a spiritual goal, but the designations themselves are not transcendental. They have to do with categorizing things in the material world. But if you look at Bhagavad Gita, you'll find that the whole category of the material, whatever's in the material world, even if you're a brahmana, if you're not a devotee, then Krishna will say that a dog eater, that's as low as somebody could add to a paragraph, is higher than a brahmana. So categorically, if anybody's a devotee, they're not considered in any distinction whatsoever. Does that help? Okay. Reflections, getting questions. Yes, reflection, good. Questions are okay, but...
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So Maharaj, Rompad Maharaj's class on Saturday morning, especially the point that Maharaj was mentioning that Prahlad Maharaj is teaching by his example in this world, that how one can perfect his life, even though he's coming from a very elevated platform. And the one specific point that stuck out in that lecture for me was that when Narasimhadev is offering him all kind of benedictions, so he's saying, wait a minute, I can be allured by that, but I don't want it. So he was actually teaching that the affinity for such material things to enjoy this material world is there. But then because of the power of devotion, one can say, I don't want it. So that was kind of, it gave me a lot of strength, Maharaj, to be in those situations when these material allurements are there around me and I can tell I don't want it. And that's the way Prahlad Maharaj has taught us. So that kind of stuck in my mind. I was reflecting on that yesterday night.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Akshanitai.
Hare Krishna. One thing I was reflecting on this week was that when we hear something from somebody, from a saint, from somebody who's practiced bhakti for so long, there's a way in which the same words that they say, the pastimes that they've said that we might have heard a myriad of different times before, leaves a lasting impression in one's heart. And in the past month, I've got the fortune to listen to Radhanath Maharaj twice in person. One is today and one was in LA when he was there a couple of weeks ago. And both times he was talking about the story of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And every time I was able to get at least a vivid image in my mind. And, oh, this is what it could have looked like. Wow, that was so nice. And that's something that I feel like is the most valuable thing, because that's what I'll take with me going forward. I don't remember everything he said, but those snapshots, those moments, those will hopefully build my consciousness forward and make me more Krishna conscious.
Thank you, thank you. Okay? Reflections, remembrances. Krishna Sakha.
Thank you, Guru Maharaj. The preaching ISKCON we had a couple of days back was transformative, extremely powerful and extremely helpful. And Maharaj's own story that how he was serving at New Vrindavan, and 8 years he was just milking cows and never gave a class, and then after he went, he shared his story of giving first class, and that how it was not that, he was saying it was not that relevant when he gave that first class, and then in the class he gave at that preaching sangha, I was thinking that how it was so relevant. Every point he made was like hitting a bolt and nail in my heart. Like it was very powerful, I felt. So
This is Nishta Goshti also. It means to come together to talk about Krishna, share realizations. Guyam Akyati Prachiti. Krishna, Krishna.
Maharaj, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Dukkalayam asashvatam, anityam asukam lokam. This material world is Dukkalayam. You know, we see Rasamalayam, Bhagavatam is Rasamalayam, but this material world is Dukkalayam. So there will be lot of miseries in this material world. One cannot avoid them. It's impossible. Mama Maya Duratyaya, Krishna also says that this material world is insurmountable. So recently I am also, some kind of troubles going on. And when we try to counteract them, we may end up in more miseries. So the only way forward, I am saying, is becoming more and more tolerant and maybe mature, to accept things as they are and deal with them. That's my realization. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Shall we quote a verse? He said it. We'll quote a verse and then you're next. Take the mic. From Prahlad's prayers. He said, seems like the remedy is worse than the disease itself. Yasmat priya viyoga samyoga janma shokagnina sakala yonishu tahyamana dukaushadam tadapi dukamatadhyaham puman brahmami vadame tavadasya yogam. In Prahlad's prayers, he says, dukaushadam tadapi dukamatadhyaham. Dhyaham, I think that the cure for the suffering is worse than the suffering itself. It causes more misery. He says, therefore, I think the only remedy is to surrender to your servant. Thank you. Nice point. Yes, please, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
I think in many morning japa classes you mentioned that we should chant as if it's a prayer. And today just watching Radhanath Maharaj just do the kirtan and just his facial expressions, it felt like he was in this intense prayer mood. And it was just very inspiring. I feel like I'll remember that facial expression. I think Akshanatha said earlier how different, when we engage different senses, it just makes the picture more vivid. I feel like I'll remember that next time I'm chanting. So, thank you.
Yeah. Hare Krishna. Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastra Koi. Lava Matra, Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhi Hoy. There's a way in which Kaviraj Goswami says, just by a fraction of a second of association with the sadhu, then you can be transformed. Sometimes it's just an expression, a look, one word. Some devotee was telling me about how he was in Hawaii working in a store. He had never met devotees before, but he saw some Vaishnavas walking down the street. And he turned, they were gone in a second. It was just in the frame of the window of the store. Somehow that stuck in his mind and he couldn't forget it. And it led him progressively to become a devotee himself. So that's why association is so powerful. And if we take advantage of association as much as possible, then those instances become our great assets that we can always keep with us. The Shraddha becomes very strong when you see people who are deeply absorbed. Thank you. A couple more? Yes.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, just a quick follow-up to what you said, that you start choosing places where there are devotees and you start to do things which are devotional and that's all you want to do, and then there comes a point in your life that it becomes very hard to live in the material world the way you are, and you're just like, that's it, I can't do tech anymore, I'm going to go and do something more meaningful, maybe dedicate myself to the temple. So at what point do we take that step? Because that means just changing everything you have done and known so far in your life, because you know from here on it's going to be for Krishna and nothing for me. So at what point do we actually make that decision?
Don't quit your J job. Tavat karma kuravita nan nirvidyeta yavata matkata shravanadova shrayava najayate. We just learned that, right? Everyone knows it? It's from the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Tavat, until that time when one has firm faith, then one should be very observant of following the regular course of life. And in the 7th canto, Srimad Bhagavatam, after Prahlad, then you have Narada Muni, and he's talking about how to live your life in the material world. He talks about Varnashram, Grahastha Ashram, and so forth. And there he says that it's inevitable that one will have to have worldly dealings. And even as one becomes steeped in the mood of, I want to just do service, you still have to do many duties in this world. And therefore he says you should do them dutifully. And with, as it's mentioned there, if someone says something to you in the course of doing your duty, you can say, yes, sir, very good, sir. But internally you're thinking, I'm doing this as a duty, I'm not attached to it. Prabhupada gave a story about a monkey and a crocodile, and how the monkey and the crocodile became friends because the monkey was sitting in the tree and the crocodile underneath the tree started talking, and they discussed. And one day when the crocodile went home and told his wife that I made friends with a monkey, she said, oh good, Why don't you bring him home? And he said, okay, I will. She said, good, we'll have him for dinner. I want to eat his heart especially. That's the best part of a monkey. And he was a little shocked, but she insisted, so he went back and he asked the monkey to get on his back and come home. And partway back to his home, he admitted to the monkey that, actually, I feel a little bad about this because my wife actually wants to devour you, and especially your heart, because that's the best part of a monkey. And he said, oh, you should have told me that. I left my heart in the tree. You have to go back. Take me back and I'll get it. So he did a U-turn, went back to the monkey's tree, jumped back up, and then relocated. And Prabhupada said that although we are connected to the world in various ways, we don't put our heart fully into it because our heart is reserved for Krishna. But as Maharaj said tonight, when one is in unity and sees Krishna within everything, then one's appreciation for people in all situations becomes enhanced. And it means because we're seeing how Krishna is there within the hearts of everyone, and they're all parts of Krishna. And even when people misbehave, one sees it through the Shastra, sees Shastra Chakshus, means sees through Shastra, that, oh, such a person is acting under the influence of goodness, passion, or ignorance. But that person still sees the spirit soul. In fact, we just read a verse yesterday. I didn't happen to, by any chance, is my bag still here? If I brought my iPad, I'll... found an amazing verse yesterday as we were driving around. I don't think I brought my iPad. Thank you. Ta-da! Now, if it's still on the same page, we're really in luck. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Oh, I found it. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Here's the verse. The Lord is very satisfied with his devotee when the devotee greets other people with tolerance, mercy, friendship, and equality. It's Prabhupada's purport. It is the duty of an advanced devotee in the second stage of devotional perfection to act in accordance with this verse. There are 3 stages of devotional life. In the lowest stage, a devotee is simply concerned with the deity in the temple, and he worships the Lord with great devotion, according to the rules and regulations. In the second stage, the devotee is cognizant of his relationship with the Lord, his relationship with fellow devotees, his relationship with persons who are innocent, and his relationships with persons who are envious. Sometimes devotees are ill-treated by envious persons. It is advised that an advanced devotee should be tolerant. He should show complete mercy to persons who are ignorant or innocent. A preacher devotee is meant to show mercy to innocent persons whom he can elevate to devotional service. Everyone by constitutional position is an eternal servant of God. Therefore, a devotee's business is to awaken everyone's Krishna consciousness. That is his mercy. As for a devotee's treatment of other devotees who are his equals, he should maintain friendship with them. His general view should be to see every living entity as part of the Supreme Lord. Different living entities appear in different forms of dress, but according to the instruction of the Bhagavad Gita, a learned person sees all living entities equally. Such treatment by the devotee is very much appreciated by the Supreme Lord. It is said, therefore, that a saintly person is always tolerant and merciful. He is a friend to everyone, never an enemy to anyone, and he is peaceful. These are some of the good qualities of a devotee. Not directly to your question, but I did have another thought. One conversation that Maharaj and I were having one day was about this being patient. And fortunately I have a few notes here. He brought up this analogy of tomato sauce. And he was saying that, tomato sauce. To make tomato sauce nicely. Any Italians in here? You have to slow cook it. Are you Italian? No. Slow cooking. So we actually looked it up, and it says at least 4 hours to cook tomato sauce. And it should be simmered, not too hot. You burn it, the flavor is very different. But if you simmer tomato sauce for at least 4 hours, simmer is just barely, is a few little bubbles, but not extreme. And when you slow cook, we were talking about assimilation, actually. That topic that came up a while back, assimilation, and how the nutrients, the spices, everything gets assimilated when you slow cook. He said an Italian mother is careful. And it's not the same as fast food. That was another one. It looks the same, tomato sauce, but if you cook it too fast, just for the sake of selling it, getting it out there, it's different from an Italian mother who takes 4 whole hours to simmer it. So when we're in the process of devotional service and we have that feeling like, when do I get to do this all the time? That's a kind of fire, because vidyam chayas tadvedo bayam saha. Because when you practice side by side, there's a comparison that's always there. This is material life, this is spiritual life, and you can see the difference. Sometimes people who are fully engaged in devotional service but aren't mature yet, they're thinking about being somewhere else. But somebody outside who's can't be there all the time but wants to be is cultivating internally. In fact, that was the case with Rupa and Sanatana Goswamis, because when they first met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they had this desire that we just want to join. But they couldn't, because they had obligations. They were running a country. It's not so easy to get out. Rupa Goswami took a year to disentangle himself from what he was doing. And Sanatan, we all know, had to go to jail because his boss caught him calling in sick when he was just home reading Srimad Bhagavatam. And when they wrote to Mahaprabhu and indicated that their desire is like, we want to get out of here, Mahaprabhu gave a story back where he said, a vignette. He said, a woman, a housewife, who's thinking about a lover somewhere else, takes care of her family very carefully so nobody will think that she's involved elsewhere. And he said, you should be like that. You should always be thinking of Krishna, but doing your work very, very carefully where you are right now. And same thing with Radhanath Das Goswami, because he was a young boy, but he wanted to run off and join Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. His father wouldn't allow it. And he had servants that would run after. His father had servants who would run after Radhanath every time he tried to escape, and they'd just bring him back. And Mahaprabhu told him, don't be a crazy person. Don't act like a crazy person. Stay, do your duties, cultivate Krishna consciousness. It's a very similar mood. And when the opportunity comes, then you take it. So there's something to be said for when you can't be everything you want to be in preparation mode. Do everything you can do in the position you're in now, keeping your duties, but take advantage of everything, every possible opportunities so that you're ready when the opportunity comes. Be ready. Because Krishna will engage you fully. And sometimes he makes us wait so we appreciate it more. Prabhupada said the same thing. He met Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and he had this feeling that this is my spiritual master. I want to follow him. I want to do the service that he wants me to do. But he couldn't for many years because of his situation. And that was an incubation of that in his heart, always incubating. It's an important question. Yes. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. I've been with Hare Krishna consciousness since November, and I've been seeking something like this all my life.
Keep that a little close. Yeah.
I've been seeking this all my life. Recently found out that my husband's job will be moved to Virginia Beach, so we're going to be moving to Virginia Beach, and I found such solace with this community, and I had a look, and there's no Krishna consciousness near ISKCON, near where we're going to be living, and I wanted to ask, why would Krishna bring me so close to such an incredible movement? I believe in this full-heartedly, and then take me across America where I won't have this movement to be a part of. I've been watching online, so I can do the live YouTube on Sunday, because I actually live in the North Bay. I've been doing Berkeley Temple and watching live, but my question is, why would Krishna bring me to this organization when I've been searching for something for so long, and it's filled my heart, and now he's moving me away so quickly?
Oftentimes it seems like Krishna's moving us this way or that, and we're not sure why. But if it's inevitable that you have to do it, you may be surprised later on to think, oh, if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have been able to find the kind of association I'm looking for. In other words, we have our plans. Krishna may have his. I guarantee you there's a way to stay in touch with devotees no matter where you go. Because it's it's ubiquitous. Krishna consciousness is ubiquitous. There are devotees everywhere. And we've had many devotees who cultivated Krishna consciousness during times when they were further away, as you've been doing online, and I'm sure we can find somebody near you. You might be surprised. There might be some kind of sangha that you can connect with. But I understand your angst, and that's a good angst, because when you have that, then Krishna will make sure that you get more and more association. Separation makes the heart grow fond, right? Thank you for being so sincere. May you find the perfect... Yeah, go ahead. Well, I guess we'll see some of you in Florida, right? Because there's a festival going on, seems like, next week. We're leaving on Tuesday because we're going to go to Alachua. We have a lot of friends and godbrothers and godsisters there. We're going to spend 2.5 days in Alachua, and then we'll go over to wherever it is, Orlando. There's a Harinam program, Sadhu Sangha. Is anybody going? Okay, good. Only 2 or 3 people. And then when we get back, I have 2 more days to get ready to go to Laguna Beach because Radha Shamananda is getting married. And I'm going to perform the wedding ceremony. I can't remember if I'm going to make it back by Sunday. I hope I do. Because 2 days after that, I got to go to Bulgaria. And then to Italy for the BBT meetings. Bulgaria is we're going to start a monthly Sankirtan festival there. I have friends, devotee friends there. And then in Italy, we have our annual general meeting of the BBT trustees and directors. So that'll be for 5 days. And then I'm coming back and not going anywhere ever again. Thanks. Really appreciate it. So take some time, if you can, to reflect when you get by yourself. Write things down, any remembrances you have of the week, and anything Maharaj or any Rombapad Maharaj or His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj said, or any of the experiences you had with the devotees. Try to write. Prabhupada wanted us to write. You'll solidify your realizations by writing them down. I always carry something with me to write things down. And you can capture it and look at it and remember it. Okay? Dear Srila Prabhupada, dear Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Shri Panchatattva, Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev, if you so desire, please let us remember all of our association this last 5 days. Let it go deeply within our hearts and motivate us to stay engaged fully in your devotional service in whatever ways we can. Thank you for considering our request. Om Tat Sat. Everyone who agrees with this prayer in whole or in part, please unmute and say Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Vanchakalpadrishta, Kripa Sindhabe, Vachapatitanam Bhavanibhyo, Vaishnavebhyo, Namo Namaha, Namaste.